How many times in our lives have we found ourselves exhausted amidst the rushing currents of life? There are mornings when we open our eyes and feel no inspiration to begin a new day. Everything becomes strangely heavy. Even a single breath feels tiresome, and a smile feels difficult to muster. We grit our teeth and force ourselves to work, trying to appear strong, trying to hide the tears welling up behind a seemingly placid gaze. But the more we try, the more our hearts are burdened, the more our minds become entangled, and life itself feels like a great weight pressing down upon our shoulders. That is when weariness arrives, silent and persistent, making us question what and for whom we are living. If you are feeling weary and disheartened, sit down for a moment. Take a deep breath and relax your shoulders. Let your breath guide you back to your true self. Do not try to resist your feelings. Do not pretend to be all right. For the Buddha taught that knowing when to pause is also a way to continue forward. Sometimes, only in a moment of quiet stillness do we realize we have strayed too far from the path of our own heart. We become so engrossed in chasing what others desire that we forget what we truly need. In the whirlwind of modern life, everyone at times feels powerless. Piling workloads, oppressive pressures, and unspoken expectations cause people to gradually lose their smiles. Some collapse midway, unable to bear the loneliness. Some choose silence, hiding their pain behind a facade of false peace. And some live like a shadow, passing silently through the days with an immense emptiness in their hearts. But remember that life is not always filled with ease and delight. There are sufferings that arise to help us mature, and tears that fall only so we may understand the value of a smile. The Buddha taught that in the darkest night there is always the light of peace, if our hearts are willing to open. Weariness is not a sign of weakness, but a call from the soul, yearning for rest. When the heart is too weary, do not try to cling to everything. Let go a little, and you will see that the world is still filled with so much gentleness. Life, by its very nature, is never perfect. There are things we wish to hold on to, but cannot, and things we wish to forget, but are unable to. The truth is, the more we grasp, the more we suffer. The more we cling, the more weary our hearts become. Only when we know how to let go does the heart become light. Only when we know how to pause can we truly see the way. Many people think that letting go means giving up, but it is not so. Letting go is not about abandoning, but about allowing things to return to their rightful place. Therefore, if today you find yourself weary, do not be afraid. And do not blame yourself for being weak. Weariness is also a part of life's journey. Everyone falters at times. Everyone feels like collapsing. What is important is that we recognize this, know how to return to ourselves, and know how to rest, so we may then continue onward with a more serene soul. Like the rain after a day of scorching sun, weariness also serves to teach us the value of moments of peace. Sit down and listen to your own breath. Let your mind settle like a lake after the wind has passed. In that stillness, we will understand that all suffering is but a fleeting wave. And after that wave, peace is always awaiting us on the other shore. Life is a long journey. There will be times when we are tired, times when we wish to stop. But if we know how to pause at the right moment, we will see that within that pause lies the beginning of a new step forward. Therefore, let us together learn to let go to lessen our suffering. Let us learn to release the burdens in our hearts so that the mind may be at ease and the spirit may find peace. There are times we are so weary, we just want to let go of everything. So weary, we no longer wish to speak, to think, or to face anyone. Sometimes we just want to flee to a distant place, a place where no one can find us, to be in silence, to breathe without having to brace ourselves. But then we reproach ourselves, telling ourselves we must try, we must stand up, we must be strong. And so we continue to carry the whole world on our shoulders, though those shoulders have long been stooped. Until one day, looking back, we realize that perhaps what we needed was not to try harder, but to pause for a moment, to rest. The Buddha taught that when the mind is weary, one should rest, not collapse. Resting is not weakness. To rest is to recover. To rest is to allow the mind and body to settle, to look deeply into oneself. Just like a river, if the water flows relentlessly, it will become murky. Only when the current slows can the sediment settle and the water become clear. It is the same with a person. When our mind is weary, let us allow ourselves to pause. Pause to breathe. Pause to feel. Pause to see that this world is still gentle, awaiting our return. In life, everyone will at some point feel exhausted. The laborer, the mother, the young, the old. No one is exempt. Some are weary from the struggle for livelihood, some from the pressures of work, some from relationships that cannot be sustained, and some are weary simply from trying to become someone they have never been. The weariness of the body requires only a night of slumber, but the weariness of the mind can sometimes take an entire lifetime to learn how to heal. There is a short story that, whenever retold, brings a sense of stillness to my heart. It is the story of Sister Lan, a mother, a garment worker in Bin Duong. Sister Lan worked in a large garment factory. Every day began at 7 in the morning and often ended when the hands of the clock neared midnight for the entire month. There were times she could not afford even a single proper day of rest. She was gaunt, her hands calloused, yet her eyes always shone with resilience. For she knew that if she did not work, her child would have no money for school fees and would be forced to abandon his studies midway. Sister Lan once recounted that on some nights, upon returning to her small rented room, tears would well up and stream down her face the moment she lay down. It was not for any particular reason, but simply because she was utterly exhausted, so weary that she lost her appetite, so weary that she considered letting go of everything. But then she would think of her young son, waiting for his mother to return. She would think of her dream of seeing him well educated, leading a different life, a better life than her own. With these thoughts, she would wipe away her tears and tell herself that she must persevere. Then one day, while at her post, Sister Lan collapsed right in the middle of the sewing line. The entire workshop was thrown into a commotion. When she awoke, she found herself in the rest area, with a colleague by her side. The colleague held her hand and whispered gently, "Sister, when you are weary, you must rest for a while. Do not push yourself until you collapse." Those seemingly simple words were like a gentle tap upon her heart. For so long, she had only known how to push onward, forgetting that at times, rest is also a part of the effort. That evening, for the first time in many months, Sister Lan did not bend over her sewing, nor did she clean her room or prepare a meal. She simply sat beside her son, watched him study, and then held him in her arms and fell into a deep, complete slumber. When she awoke the next morning, she felt a strange lightness in her heart. The sun still shone through the window, and the sound of traffic outside was as clamorous as ever. But within her, there was a rare sense of peace. For the first time in years, she felt that it was all right to slow down a little, that to rest was not a sign of weakness, but a way to be able to go farther. The Buddha taught that a mind that knows how to pause will find its own way out. When the body is weary, we can lie down and sleep to recover. But when the mind is weary, we must be wakeful. We must return to the breath. For only in mindful breathing can we touch true peace. Therefore, When you feel your heart is troubled, do not hasten to seek joy in the external world. Devote a few minutes each day to sitting in stillness. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathing in, we know we are breathing in. Breathing out, we know we are breathing out. By this simple practice alone, the mind grows calm, like the surface of a placid lake. The ancients used to say that rest is also part of the journey. Every path has its stopping places. If we walk unceasingly without rest, our legs will grow weary, and we will have no strength left to continue. Likewise in life, if the mind is always taut, if the heart is always under pressure, then sooner or later we will be depleted. Sometimes true endurance lies not in how fast we travel, but in knowing when to pause to breathe, so that we may continue on farther. Some may ask, if one rests, will one be left behind? The Buddha taught that no one can be left behind if they are walking upon their own path. Each person has their own rhythm. Others may go faster. They may achieve more. But that does not mean we are inferior. Each life is a unique journey. And on that journey, there are times when to rest is precisely what is needed to continue. There are those who, fearing judgment, fearing being seen as weak, constantly force themselves to be strong. They fear that resting will be mistaken for indolence. They fear that pausing will mean losing opportunities. But in truth, what exhausts us most is not the work itself, but the fear within our hearts. When the mind is still entangled by fear and by clinging, we cannot find peace even when sitting in stillness. Only when we wish to release these fears can we truly rest. A Zen master once said, "When a bird is weary, it does not try to fly farther. It finds a branch on which to rest. When a person's mind is weary, let it also pause." The saying is simple, yet profound. In this impermanent world, what we must learn is not how to endure endlessly, but how to pause at the right moment. To pause, to listen to our own heart. To pause, and to see clearly that we need not brace ourselves any longer. Many ask, how can one rest amidst this bustling life? The answer is, in truth, simple. Just return to your own breath. The practice of mindfulness is not something distant. It is simply to breathe in deeply and to breathe out slowly. When breathing in, know you are breathing in. When breathing out, know you are breathing out. Gradually, we realize that amidst the myriad commotions, there is a silent space within the heart that nothing can touch. If each day we were to devote just 5 minutes to sitting in stillness, to feeling the breath, to looking back at ourselves, those 5 minutes would be a balm for the soul. Like Sister Lan, after the day she collapsed, she learned that by simply allowing herself a little stillness, life becomes much lighter. To rest is not to abandon everything, but to be able to continue farther and more sustainably. A person who knows how to rest at the proper time is one who knows how to cherish themselves. A person who knows to pause when weary is one who understands the way. For the Buddha Dharma does not teach us to be so strong that we cast aside our emotions, but teaches us to live mindfully, to know how to listen to body and mind. When we know how to pause, we are practicing compassion for our own selves. Therefore, when you feel your spirit is depleted, try to slow your steps. Let go of what is not essential. Sit down. Breathe in deeply, and then be still. Allow the mind to rest. Allow the body to rest. Remember that to rest is not failure, but the way for body and mind to become more enduring. This life is not a race, but a journey. On this journey, the one who knows when to pause at the right time is the one who will travel farther. When weary, rest. Rest to look back. Rest to understand oneself. Rest to know that happiness sometimes lies not in what we attain, but in knowing what is enough and when to stop. Like the lotus flower, which does not strive to rise high, but simply grows in the mud, yet still radiates fragrance. Therefore, if today you feel weary, do not force yourself to be any stronger. Allow yourself to rest. Allow yourself to be still. Remember the Buddha's teaching. When the mind is weary, rest. Do not collapse. For only when we know how to rest can we rise again with a soul that has been healed, a heart that has learned how to love itself. And then, though the winds of life may blow, we can still smile. For we understand that weariness is not to be feared. What is to be feared is forgetting to rest. To let go is not to give up, but to lighten the heart. To pause is not the end of the road, but the beginning of a new start with a peaceful mind, a peaceful life. There are days we open our eyes and feel a heart as heavy as stone. Another day has begun, but instead of seeing the light, we see only weariness, helplessness, and unending worries. It seems as though a gray mist veils everything around us. Work is not going well. Loved ones do not understand. Relationships are not as we wish, and our dreams recede ever farther into the distance. We ask ourselves, Why is this life filled with so much suffering? Why does every step feel like shouldering another boulder? And in that moment, the spirit sinks. The eyes gaze into the distance, but see nothing but emptiness. Sometimes we wonder, have we lived in some wrong way? Is life punishing us? But the Buddha taught that suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the way we perceive those events. Life itself has no intention of making anyone suffer. It is only that we have viewed it through the eyes of affliction. When our minds are clouded, the scenery of life also becomes dark. When our minds are bright, we can see the light of dawn even in the midst of a storm. People often view life through the eyes of lack, comparison, and craving. When something does not go as we wish, we immediately label it as misfortune. When others have more than us, we call it disadvantage. When we lose something we cherish, we believe life is unjust. But in truth, nothing in this life is inherently suffering or joy. Everything is merely a phenomenon. The feeling is born of our own minds. The same rainfall that brings joy to the farmer for watering his fields brings lament to the traveler whose clothes are soaked. The same loss is seen by one as a lesson, and by another as the end of all things. The Buddha taught, when the mind is pure, the world is pure. When the mind is chaotic, the world is chaotic. Our perception is the very mirror that reflects the world. When we look at life through a darkened mirror, the image that appears is also dim and blurred. But if we wipe clean the dust clinging to the mind, we suddenly realize that this life has never lacked for light. It is only that we have forgotten to open our hearts to receive it. There is a short story I wish to share with you about a young man named Min. Min was a final-year university student, once full of ambition, intelligent, energetic, and always believing that with enough effort, success was certain. But life does not often follow the paths we plan. After graduating, Min applied everywhere, interviewing with one company after another, yet was never accepted. With each failure, he withdrew a little more, his smile faded, and his eyes grew dim. There were mornings when Min would sit before the mirror for a long time, looking at his pale face and the dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, and then sigh. He had once been a person of many dreams. Now he saw only a weary, lost individual who doubted his own self. One day, after a sleepless night filled with anxiety, Min awoke earlier than usual. As he washed his face, the cold water startled him. He looked up and saw himself in the mirror. His face was haggard, but his eyes were still there, still bright. In the silence of the morning, Min suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed because he realized that no matter how many times he had failed, he was still here. He was still breathing, still alive, still had a new day to begin again. He spoke softly, as if to himself, "I still have today. That is enough." From that day forward, Min began a small habit. Each morning, he would look in the mirror, smile, and say, "Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday." He started a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things that made him feel fortunate each day, no matter how small. Sometimes it was having breakfast with his mother. Sometimes it was just hearing the birds singing outside his balcony. Gradually, Min felt his mind grow calm. The despair dissolved, replaced by a sense of lightness. One day, he was called for an interview at a small company. This time, he did not go with the mindset of needing to succeed, but simply with the attitude of gaining an experience. And it was precisely on that occasion that Min was hired. A few months later, looking back, Min shared that what had changed his life was not the opportunity, but the way he looked at life. From a person who saw only failure, he had learned to see in each failure a lesson. From a person who saw himself as unlucky, he had learned that just by being grateful, blessings will naturally come. Remember the Buddha's teaching. When we change our perception, we change our world. If the mind is always resentful, we will find countless reasons to suffer. But if the mind knows how to be grateful, every day becomes a gift. Life, in its essence, is a mirror reflecting our own minds. When we smile, it smiles back. When we are sad, it too becomes somber. Therefore, to see a beautiful life, we must begin by beautifying our own minds. Some may ask, but if I am truly suffering, how can I possibly see things differently? The answer lies within that very suffering. For suffering is not meant to torment us, but to awaken us. It is when we suffer that we pause. When we pause, we look deeply. When we look deeply, we understand. And when we understand, we let go. Every suffering is a lesson, an opportunity for us to see something within ourselves that needs to change. It is like a person standing under a tree, seeing the dense shadows and lamenting, "Life is all gloom," not knowing that just a few steps away, the sunlight is there, waiting. Life does not compel us to suffer forever. It is merely that we have not yet dared to change our perspective. When we are willing to open our hearts, willing to release some of our attachments, light will naturally enter. The Buddha once said that the mind is the root of all phenomena. This means that all happiness and suffering arise from the mind. When our minds are in turmoil, the world around us also reels. When our minds are at peace, we can hear the birds singing within our hearts, even amidst the noisy marketplace of life. To see life from a different angle does not mean to deny reality, but to look at it with eyes of understanding and compassion. If someone hurts us, instead of harboring resentment, we can ask ourselves what suffering they too must be enduring to behave in such a way. When we understand, our anger subsides. When our anger subsides, our hearts feel lighter. If our work is not going as we wish, instead of complaining, we can ask what we can learn from this situation. When we learn, we no longer see failure as suffering, but as an opportunity for growth. Life does not require us to be perfect. It only requires that we know how to change our perspective. When we look with a mind of anger, the world is a battlefield. When we look with a mind of loving kindness, the world is a place for affection. When we look with a mind of greed, we see only lack. When we look with a mind of gratitude, we see abundance. Try this. Each morning upon waking, smile before the mirror. Even if that face bears many worries, wrinkles, or signs of fatigue, still smile and say to yourself, "Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday." Do not wait for life to change before you are happy. Be happy, and life will change. That is the power of transformation. We may not be able to control the waves, but we can learn to surf. We cannot stop the wind, but we can adjust our sails. Life is like a river, and there are calm stretches and swirling eddies. Times when it is clear, and times when it is turbid. But no matter what, the water still flows toward the great sea. We too are the same, no matter how many vicissitudes we pass through. In the end, everyone is on a journey to find peace within themselves. Letting go of a negative perspective is not about forcing ourselves into a false optimism, but about returning to a deeper truth, that all things are impermanent, and all things have a reason for their existence. When we understand this, we no longer resist life, but gently walk along with it. The Buddha taught that if your mind is at peace, you will see flowers blooming even in the mud. The mud is no longer something repulsive, but the very ground from which the lotus arises. Suffering is no longer an enemy, but the teacher that helps us mature. When we understand this, we no longer need to run from life, but simply need to change our perspective to see that life is no longer so fearsome. Within each of us are two eyes, one eye to see things and another eye to see ourselves. The first eye sees appearances. The second eye sees the true nature of the mind. When we use only the first eye, we are easily swayed by external circumstances. But when we open the second eye, the eye of understanding and mindfulness, we will see that everything that happens has a cause and deserves our forbearance. To see life from a different angle is not to evade reality, but to learn to see light in the darkness and the seed of happiness within suffering. For a seed to become a tree, it must break its shell. For a person to find peace, they must learn to let go. Suffering does not kill us. It is a negative perspective that causes us to wither. When we change our perspective, we change not only our emotions, but our very destiny. Remember that no one lives without ever having suffered, but only those who know how to see differently can find tranquility amidst suffering. Suffering is not a period at the end of a sentence, but a comma that allows us to pause, take a breath, and then step forward more lightly. Just like Min, when he realized that he still had today, all heaviness immediately vanished. It was not because life had suddenly become better, but because he looked at it with a new mind. Therefore, if you are weary today, do not be quick to blame life. Try to look again with different eyes. Perhaps the very thing that causes you pain is the thing that helps you awaken. Perhaps today's loss is a gift for tomorrow. And perhaps, in the very moment you believe to be the darkest, light is just beginning to shine through. The Buddha taught that suffering comes not from events, but from the way we perceive events. Let this saying be a reminder. Whenever your mind begins to sink into affliction, do not try to push away the suffering. Instead, try to look at it with a mind of peace. When you look with a mind of peace, all storms turn into stillness. Therefore, life does not require us to be so strong that we never fall. Life only requires that we know how to stand up with a new perspective. Each time we fall, we learn to stand up more skillfully. Each time we suffer, we see our own minds more clearly. Once we see clearly, we are no longer afraid. To see life from a different angle is to look back at our own selves. For when the mind is bright, life naturally brightens. When the mind lets go, life naturally becomes light. All things external are but a mirror reflecting the mind within. If you wish to see flowers bloom, plant flowers in your mind. If you wish to see peace, water the seeds of peace every day. And if one morning you look at yourself in the mirror, do not see only a weary face. See a person who is still living, still learning to understand, still learning to let go. Smile and say, "Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday." For only when we are light can the world around us be truly at peace. There are sorrows that cannot be told. There are wounds that cannot be healed by time, but only by learning to accept. Life, by its nature, is never perfect. People often wish for a life without suffering, without loss, without disappointment, but that has never happened to anyone. For the Buddha taught that life is suffering. This statement, which sounds pessimistic, is in fact a doorway opening to the path of liberation. For only when we dare to face the truth that life entails suffering, do we begin to learn how to overcome it. In weary days, perhaps each of us has at some point cried out, "Why is life so unjust?" We resent. We resist. We struggle within our own suffering, thinking that only by escaping it can we find peace. But the more we struggle, the deeper we sink, like one who has fallen into quicksand and sinks further with every movement. This is because the nature of suffering lies not in the external world, but in our internal resistance. When we cease to resist, the mud will settle, the water will clear, and only then can we stand up. The Buddha taught the Four Noble Truths, the four foundational truths for understanding and overcoming suffering. The first is the truth of suffering, recognizing that life is suffering. The second is the truth of the origin of suffering, understanding that the cause of suffering is craving, aversion, and ignorance within our own minds. The third is the truth of the cessation of suffering. Suffering can end when our minds are awakened. And finally, the fourth is the truth of the path to the cessation of suffering, the path that leads to the end of suffering. This is the path of right view, right thought, right action, and right mindfulness. These four truths are not some distant philosophy, but a map for the human heart navigating through storms. When we understand that suffering is natural, we are no longer surprised or resentful when it arrives. When we understand that suffering arises from a clinging mind, we begin to learn how to let go. When we see that suffering can end, we have faith. And when we know there is a path, we begin to walk with a mind at peace. Suffering is not an enemy. It is an awakening bell, telling us to pause and look more deeply into ourselves. For sometimes, what we call suffering is merely the demand of the ego. When people do not get what they want, they suffer. When they lose what they love, they suffer. But have we ever asked ourselves if that which we desire truly brings peace and joy? Or does it only bind us more deeply? To accept suffering is not to endure it with resignation, but to look directly into its truth. When we accept, we no longer try to run away. When we stop running, we begin to understand. And when we understand, we see that suffering no longer has power over us. Some may say, "I cannot accept this pain." But in truth, that pain only becomes heavy when we reject it. When we open our hearts to it, it naturally becomes lighter. There was a woman named Huang, who was the mother of an only son. The life of the mother and son, though difficult, was warm, until one day tragedy struck. Her son passed away in an accident at a very young age. On that day, she felt as frozen as stone. All the sounds around her seemed to fade to silence. She could not cry. She only sat looking at the empty chair where her son used to sit at every meal. From that day on, though many years passed, at every meal she would still set out an extra bowl and a pair of chopsticks and place that chair neatly beside her. Her relatives advised her to stop, saying, "He is gone. Let him rest in peace." But she could not. Every evening, she would look at the altar, light a stick of incense, and then speak quietly to her son as if he were still alive. She said that she could not go on living, for every day she remembered, and every day she felt pain. Until one time she was invited by a friend to a temple to listen to a Dharma talk. That day, the monk spoke about the nature of suffering. He said that suffering is not meant to punish, but to teach us to understand love. When we resist suffering, we make it grow larger. When we accept suffering, it dissolves, and only love remains. Those words touched her heart deeply. She began to understand that her child had not disappeared, but had merely transitioned to another form of existence. The physical body was gone, but the love remained. She began to learn to look at the altar and smile. She would say, "You are gone, my son, but the love is still here." Gradually, whenever she looked at the empty chair, she no longer saw it as a symbol of loss, but as a symbol of eternal love. One morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, she sat in stillness, closed her eyes, breathed gently, and realized that the suffering had not disappeared, but it no longer weighed her down. She did not erase the memory. She simply did not resist it. And in that very acceptance, her mind found peace. The Buddha taught that when we do not resist reality, the mind will naturally find peace. Reality may bring tears to our eyes, but those tears can also wash away our afflictions. Suffering can cause us to fall. But it is in that very moment of falling that we see the fragile nature of human life, and the compassion within us opens up. Acceptance is a step toward letting go. To let go is not to forget. To let go is to cease resisting. When we cease to resist, the mind becomes still. Some may ask, if we accept everything, is that not simply giving up? No. To give up is to be indifferent. To accept is to understand with wisdom. To give up is to extinguish the fire. To accept is to tend the fire, but not to let it burn us. When we understand that something is impermanent, we no longer try to cling to it. When we understand that someone also has their own karma, we no longer blame them. When we understand that all things arise and cease due to causes and conditions, we can smile even in the midst of a storm. Suffering is an inevitable part of human existence, but not everyone knows how to pass through it. Some choose to run away, seeking temporary, false pleasures to forget. Some bury themselves in resentment, causing suffering to pile upon suffering. And some, after many tears, come to realize that only when they accept suffering does it cease. For it is not suffering that makes us suffer, but our resistance to suffering that makes us suffer. The Buddha once told the parable of a person shot by 2 arrows. The first arrow is the actual suffering. The second arrow is the resistance within the mind. The first arrow may cause us pain, but it is the second arrow, the arrow of resentment, fear, and non-acceptance, that causes us torment. When we accept, the second arrow is removed, and the wound heals on its own. Everyone's life will have arrows like these. Sometimes it is a loss, sometimes a betrayal, a feeling of loneliness, an illness, a shattered dream. But remember that suffering is only truly suffering when we do not accept it. When we look at it directly with a mind of understanding, it becomes light. When we embrace it with forbearance, it becomes a lesson. Over the years, Mrs. Huang gradually learned to live with her memories. She did not push them away, but regarded them as a part of herself. She said, "My son is gone, but whenever I do a good deed, I feel as if he is still smiling by my side." She planted trees, cared for cats, and cooked vegetarian meals for the poor. Her heart grew gentle. Her face, though etched with wrinkles, radiated a serene tranquility. People would look at her and say, "You are so at peace." She would only smile. "I am at peace, not because my suffering has ended. I am at peace because I know that suffering is also a part of love." That is an enlightenment, both gentle and profound. To accept suffering does not mean to give up. It is the first step of awakening. For only when we accept do we begin to clearly understand its nature. When we understand, we are no longer controlled by suffering. When we are not controlled, we are truly free. A person who knows how to accept does so not out of weakness, but because they are strong enough to no longer need to resist. Try to look back at your own self. How many times in our lives have we made ourselves suffer simply because we could not accept the truth? We want others to be as we wish. We want circumstances to be favorable to us. We want the past to be different. But life never follows our will. When we let go of our demands, we find our hearts at ease. When we accept that things are as they are, we step into the land of peace. When suffering comes, pause. Take a deep breath. Acknowledge, this is suffering. Do not judge. Do not run away. Just see it as it is, like a mother looking at her crying child, not with dislike, not pushing it away, but just holding it in her arms. Suffering, too, needs to be embraced with a mind of understanding and compassion. When it is embraced, it dissolves. When it dissolves, the mind is at peace. The Buddha taught that suffering is a teacher, a gateway to wisdom. Without suffering, we would never learn how to love. Without suffering, we would not know how to treasure peace. Without suffering, we would never realize the value of a smile. Therefore, instead of asking, "Why am I suffering?" ask, "What can I learn from this suffering?" When the question changes, life also changes. When Mrs. Huang understood this, she was no longer afraid of loneliness. She knew that her son was no longer here in physical form, but he was still present in her every breath, in her every kind action. Love, if seen with the mind's eye, is never lost. Only the physical body decays. The energy of love continues. Acceptance is the beginning of letting go. When we accept, we cease to struggle with reality. When we cease to struggle, we begin to flow with the current of life. And it is precisely in flowing with it that we see that all things are operating according to the law of cause and effect, without the slightest deviation. Whatever comes is meant to teach us something. Whatever goes is meant to make way for something better. When we understand this, we are no longer afraid of loss. Remember that suffering cannot be erased. It can only be transformed. Every time we say, "I do not want to suffer," we are pushing suffering further away, yet holding it fast in our minds. But when we say, "I am willing to look into my own suffering," it melts away like ice in the sun. When we do not resist reality, the mind will naturally find peace. This is a simple yet profound truth. It requires no lofty theories, only a mindful breath and a glance of understanding are enough for suffering to cease. And if one day you lose someone or lose something, allow yourself to feel the pain. But as the tears fall, know that you are being purified. As the heart aches, know that it is learning to expand. And when you are brave enough to accept, you will see that suffering is just an old friend, teaching you how to grow. The Buddha taught that suffering is a path, not a dead end. When we walk through it with acceptance, we will arrive on the other side, where there is peace, understanding, love, and letting go. And it is precisely then that we truly see that even suffering can blossom into a flower. The Buddha taught that to want little and to know what is enough is the greatest wealth. A short saying, yet it contains a profound truth. In a world that is ever more clamorous, among people who always want more, go faster and possess more. How many still remember that happiness lies not in what we grasp, but in knowing when to pause? To know what is enough is not resignation. To know what is enough is the wisdom to realize that in this life, what we truly need is not so much. We are weary not because life is too heavy, but because our hearts are overladen with so many unnecessary things. When we are young, we often think that happiness lies in the future. We chase after careers, after fame, after money, after praise. We think that when we have obtained everything, we will be at peace. But the farther we go, the more weary our hearts become. For the more we want, the more we worry. The more we have, the more we fear loss. The more we reach out to grasp, the faster life slips through our fingers. And so there are people who stand in a bustling street, yet feel lonely. People of great wealth who still feel empty. And people who have everything, yet within their hearts have nothing. Complicating life is the cause of our disquiet. We often do this unconsciously. We turn a small matter over and over in our minds until it becomes large. We hold a casual remark in our hearts until it becomes a sorrow. We pile countless worries onto a simple task until our minds cannot be still. We are weary not because the work is heavy, but because our minds have not learned how to let go. The Buddha taught that if the mind is awake, life will be at peace. If the mind is entangled, even in a peaceful place, the heart will still be in a storm. Life, in its essence, is very simple. Trees grow, birds sing, rain falls, people live. But human beings like to embellish to calculate, to compare. We turn life into a competition, turn affection into a transaction, and turn happiness into something conditional. Then we lock ourselves in a cage of our own making, call it success, but forget how to breathe. A person who knows how to simplify is a person who knows how to look deeply into the nature of all things. Not every matter needs a reaction. Not everyone needs an explanation. Not every word needs a reply. There are things that are best answered by silence. The Buddha once said that the human mind is like the surface of a lake. When the wind blows, the surface is agitated, and the reflected image becomes distorted. But when the water is still, we can see the entire sky. Likewise, when our minds are filled with scattered thoughts, even a small matter becomes a tangle. When the mind is still, we see everything as light as it truly is. Therefore, to live with a light heart, begin by simplifying everything. Do not let small matters control your great soul. Do not let fear or desire be the master of your life. There is a story about Mr. Lam, a man who had lived in Dalat for many years after his retirement. He was formerly the director of a large construction company. His whole life, he was accustomed to numbers, contracts, and long meetings. Every morning, he would wake up early, hastily eat a piece of bread, and then rush out the door. He lived fast, worked fast, spoke fast, thought fast. Everything had to be precise, timely, perfect. He used to think that was the way to success. And indeed, he had it all. A large house, a luxury car, respectful employees. But few knew that he suffered from chronic insomnia. As time went on, he grew more and more tired, not from old age, but because his heart did not know how to be still. When he reached retirement age, he thought he would feel relieved. But in the first few days without work, he felt an immense emptiness. The spacious house was suddenly silent. There were no more phone calls, no one needing his direction. He would wake up in the morning, not knowing what to do. He would brew a cup of coffee, sit on the veranda, looking out at the garden, and everything was strangely quiet. For the first time in many years, he heard the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the sound of birds singing on the roof, the sound of leaves gently touching. He realized he had passed through half his life without ever having truly lived a single day for himself. In the days that followed, he began to grow vegetables, to learn how to care for plants, to learn how to brew tea. In the afternoon, when the Dalat air grew cool, he would sit on the veranda and pour himself a hot cup of tea. He watched the rain fall in the courtyard, the steam rising in a soft mist. He held the teacup, inhaled the light fragrance, and took a small sip. The feeling was at once both ordinary and profound. In that moment, he thought of nothing. He did not think about his old job, about fame, about gain or loss. There was only him and the cup of tea amidst the afternoon rain. A friend came to visit, and seeing this scene, laughed. "Don't you get bored sitting like this all the time?" Mr. Lamb smiled, his voice as light as the mist. "Before, I drank tea to forget life. Now, I drink tea to know that I am living." Those words silenced the listener, for within them was an entire process of letting go. From drinking tea to escape, to drinking tea to be present, from living to do, to living to live. A cup of tea, an afternoon, a breath, a smile. Simple, yet complete. He had understood that happiness lies not in how much we possess, but in how much we are able to feel. When we know how to pause, life instantly changes. When the mind is at peace, any cup of tea is fragrant. The Buddha taught that the person who knows what is enough is the wealthiest of all. For the person who knows what is enough no longer suffers from any lack, no longer chases after any desire. The person who knows what is enough does not live for the opinions of others, but for their own soul. Some may ask, is to live simply to live in poverty? No. To live simply is to live with discernment. It is to know what should be kept and what should be let go. To know what truly lightens our hearts and what makes us heavier. To know that to reduce one useless thing is to add a measure of peace. There are many people who spend their entire lives busy, without knowing why they are so busy. Busy for fear of losing to others. Busy wanting to prove their own worth. Busy for fear of being forgotten. They strain themselves in a race without realizing that no one truly cares about them as much as they imagine. Then, at some point, when they are weary, they suddenly ask themselves, what am I running for? What have I missed? Sometimes, just by pausing, just by breathing, we can find the answer. Happiness is not about having everything, but about seeing what is enough in what we currently have. A person who knows how to sit quietly and listen to the rain fall, who knows how to smile when the sun rises, who knows how to be grateful when the wind is cold, that person is already living in peace. But the person who is always searching elsewhere, always demanding more, will run forever and suffer forever. The Buddha taught, the more one craves, the more one suffers. The one who knows what is enough finds peace and joy. Life, in its essence, is not lacking. It is the human heart that makes it so. Life is not inherently complicated. It is our minds that make it tangled. Zen in daily life is not about sitting still with eyes closed, but about doing everything with a mindful mind. When washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When drinking tea, know that you are drinking tea. When walking, know that you are taking a step. As long as the mind does not wander, any action can become a meditation. Mr. Lamb found his Zen in his cup of tea. We too can find Zen in our breath, in our work, in every living moment. One day, when you feel your heart is heavy, try to let go of one thing. Do not try to think too much. Brew a cup of tea, sit quietly, and watch the steam rise. Feel each breath pass through your nostrils, each drop of time falling into the stillness. In that silence, you will feel your heart settle. You will feel life become gentle. All the worries that once troubled you will suddenly become small. You will realize that it is not that this world is too complex, but that we have never looked at it with simple eyes. The Buddha taught that a still mind is the foundation of happiness. When the mind is still, life no longer has so many sharp edges. When the mind knows what is enough, we are no longer afraid of loss. When the mind knows how to let go, we are no longer burdened. There are matters that grow more tangled the more we try to solve them. But just by pausing, just by breathing, just by being still, they will dissolve on their own. It is like stirring water. The more we stir, the murkier it becomes. Only by letting it be still can the sediment settle and the water become clear. Remember that simplicity is not about having less, but about going deeper. To live simply does not mean to abandon everything, but to live amidst everything without being bound. When our minds are light, every task is light. When our hearts are at peace, every place is a place of peace. The more we mature, the more we understand that the most precious thing in life is not material possessions, but moments of peace, free from worry. If one day you feel weary, remember the Buddha's teaching. To want little and to know what is enough is the greatest wealth. Wealthy not because one has much, but because one no longer feels any lack in the heart. The person who has little but knows what is enough is the freest of all. The person who has much but still feels a lack is the poorest of all. Between these two states, which do you choose? Human life is short. Yesterday was filled with worries. Today, our hair is already streaked with silver. The things that trouble us today may have no meaning tomorrow. Therefore, do not let small things agitate your mind. Do not let greed make you forget the peace that is inherently yours. Learn to live slowly, to live authentically, to live deeply. Learn to sit still without seeking anything outside of your own self. Live like Mr. Lamb, simple, quiet, yet profound. Each afternoon requires only a cup of tea, a shower of rain, a tranquil soul. Not much is needed, only what is real. Nothing complex is needed, only gratitude. And when we learn to simplify all things, we will understand that peace has, in fact, never left us. It is only that we have traveled too far to recognize it. Therefore, today, practice living with a light heart. Do not hold on to too much. Do not think too deeply. Do not grasp too tightly. Let go a little, so that your heart may have space for the light. When we stop complicating things, we begin to see everything become clear. When we stop resisting, we begin to truly live. Life does not need to be perfect. We only need to live authentically in each moment. And when we learn to simplify, we will see that happiness has never been far from us at all. There are days when life is like a sudden downpour, falling without warning. We walk in the street, unable to take cover, and can only bow our heads and endure. Sometimes it is a loss, sometimes a word of blame, sometimes a dream shattered in the course of daily life. Everyone has had days like these, days when we feel as if we have taken the wrong path, even lived the wrong life. But the Buddha taught that no one can prevent us from falling, except for our own weak mind. This saying, which sounds simple, contains a universe of truth about karma, about the mind, and about how a person learns to stand up after falling. For many, failure is the end. But for one who is awake, it is the beginning of a new journey. It is a journey of learning, not blaming. For blame only makes the heart heavier, while learning allows us to grow. The Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish us, but to illuminate the path we have walked. When we understand this, we will no longer see failure as something to be feared, but simply as a natural part of life's flow. Once, there was a man named Tuan, born into a poor family in the Mekong Delta. From a young age, he dreamed of opening his own auto repair garage. After many years of working for others, saving every penny, he finally gathered enough capital to begin. He poured all his faith, all his enthusiasm into that endeavor. But life did not go as planned. He was deceived by a close partner. He lost his money and was buried in debt. The garage had to close before it even opened. All his dreams shattered like a pane of glass. In the days that followed, Tuan lived in the torment of resentment. He blamed the person who had wronged him. He blamed life for being so unjust. And at times, he even blamed himself for being too naive, too trusting. Every morning, he awoke with a heavy heart. Every night, he sank into a bitter sleep. The more he blamed, the more he suffered. The more he suffered, the more meaningless this life seemed. Until one afternoon, as he was passing by a small temple on a hill, he heard the voice of an old monk chanting sutras. The chanting was not loud, not preachy, just words as gentle as a breath. No one can prevent us from falling except for our own weak mind. He stopped. In that instant, he felt as if he had been touched in the deepest part of his heart. His whole life, he had only known how to blame. He had never truly faced himself. He realized that the one who had caused him to fall was not the person who had deceived him, but his own weak mind. A mind that would not let go. A mind that would not understand. A mind that only wanted to run away. That day, he sat for a long time on the stone steps before the temple gate. He did not pray for anything, nor did he ask for anything. He just sat quietly, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves, listening to the temple bell ring out in the wind. In that moment, for the first time in many years, he felt his heart settle. And from that day on, he began again, not loudly, not hastily, but quietly, learning to repair vehicles, learning to live, learning not to resent. A year later, on a small street, his garage was open for business again. But this time, he set aside a corner to repair motorbikes for free for poor students. He said, "In the past, I lost everything because I wanted to win. Now, I just want to live rightly. For when one lives rightly, life itself naturally becomes right." The story of Tuan may sound simple, but it is a mirror reflecting the consciousness of each one of us. For who among us has not fallen? Who has not had their dreams broken? But the Buddha taught that when you fall, do not be afraid. For the very place where you fell may be the place where you begin. Failure is not the end of the story, but the teacher that instructs us in humility. It causes us to pause, to look back, and to learn anew, to learn to love ourselves, to learn to understand others, to learn not to let our hearts sink into hatred. Failure teaches us that all things have cause and effect, and nothing is without meaning if we know how to learn from it. When we blame, our minds close. When we learn, our minds open like a door. If we keep it shut for fear of the wind, we will never see the sky. But when we open our hearts, light will naturally find its way in. Life is the same. Only when we stop blaming, stop tormenting ourselves, do the lessons of life truly reveal themselves. Some say, I failed because I had no opportunities. But the Buddha taught that every adversity is an opportunity in disguise. We just do not recognize it because we are too busy being in pain. When the heart is full of resentment, wisdom cannot shine. It is like a stirred lake. We cannot see the bottom. Only by letting the water be still can we see our own reflection clearly. Failure does not come to make us suffer. It comes to help us see our own ego. When we fall, we see that we are still clinging. When we lose, we understand that we were once attached. When we are hurt, we see that our hearts are still craving. And when we let go, we truly begin to see the path clearly. Try to take a deep breath. Breathing in, recognize your own mistakes. Breathing out, let go of blame. This is the meditation of letting go of faults, a lesson that Zen masters teach to people who find themselves at an impasse. For in truth, there is nothing wrong with falling. What is wrong is to fall and refuse to get up. There is nothing shameful in losing. What is shameful is to lose and forever resent others. Someone once said, "Failure is the strictest but most devoted teacher." Indeed, nothing teaches us to be strong more than failure. No place teaches us patience more than pain. No school teaches us more profoundly than our own stumbles. For only when we lose do we see the value of having. Only when we are in pain do we learn compassion. And only when we are lonely do we learn to cherish those who are still by our side. The Buddha taught that a wise person does not fear failure. They know that to fall is also to go forward, for every fall brings them closer to understanding. When we learn to see in this way, failure is no longer an enemy, but becomes a companion on the journey. It teaches us to live slowly, to let go of ambition, to know that everything in this world happens for a reason. There are those who, after a single failure, never stand up again. But there are also those who, from the very place they fell, build an entirely new life. The difference lies not in the circumstances, but in the mind. If the mind is weak, every breeze becomes a storm. But if the mind is steadfast, even a tempest is but a trial to forge the will. Therefore, do not blame. Learn. For to blame is to look outward. To learn is to look within. A person full of blame has little peace. A person who knows how to learn has much light in their heart. When we learn, we are drawing closer to wisdom. When we learn, we are stepping out of the vicious cycle of old karma. Life is a temporary realm. No one passes through it without stumbling at least once. Some stumble over wealth, some over relationships, some over their own pride. Those who know how to stand up will mature. But those who forever resent will only repeat that same pain for a lifetime. The Buddha taught that a person can learn nothing when their mouth only knows how to complain and their heart only knows how to blame. Tuan, in the past, was like that. When he stopped complaining, stopped blaming, stopped asking why, life began to open new doors for him. He realized that the most precious thing is not money, but a peaceful mind, not attainment, but knowing what is enough. And from then on, he lived more slowly, more lightly, and knew how to smile even when life did not go as he wished. Once, a student asked a Zen master, "Master, I have failed so many times. What should I do?" The Zen master replied, "Where did you fall? Bend down and pick up a stone." The student asked, "What for?" The master said, "To remember." For each stone is a lesson. When you look back, you will see that the path you have walked is paved with those very stones. A person's life is just like that. Failures are the stones scattered along the journey. If we know how to pick them up, to keep them, to understand them, in the end, we will find ourselves standing on a solid road, built from the very pain that has passed. But if we only look at them with resentment, we will see a path full of obstacles and never reach our destination. The Buddha once said that a person can be defeated 1,000 times, but as long as they stand up once with a steadfast mind, they have already won. To win is not to be better than others, but to be better than the self of yesterday. And sometimes the greatest thing we can do is not to succeed, but to learn to be serene in failure. Try to think, after the times you failed in life, did you not then understand something you had never known before? Sometimes it is a lesson about trust. Sometimes a lesson about cause and effect. Sometimes a lesson about not clinging too tightly to what does not belong to us. That is how life teaches us, not with roses, but with thorns, not with laughter, but with tears. But all of it has a purpose to help us awaken. And when we are awakened, we will see that no one can make us suffer, except for our own mind. No one makes us fail, except for the weakness in our own hearts. When we are strong, failure is just a small test. When we are weak, even a speck of dust can make us fall. Therefore, to practice is not to run from life, but to learn how to keep a steady mind in the midst of life. When you fail, pause. Do not rush to blame. Do not rush to find reasons. Just sit still. Breathe in, recognizing your own faults. Breathe out, letting go of resentment. When you do this, your mind will gradually brighten, for each peaceful breath is a step back to your true self. And in those moments of stillness, you will hear the voice of your inner heart. I have not lost. I am just learning. Life never takes anything from us without giving something else in return. Today's loss may be the foundation for tomorrow's stability. Today's failure may be the condition for us to become more mature. As long as we do not give up, nothing is truly a failure. Therefore, if today you are weary, are failing, are feeling that everything is collapsing, remember that no one can stop you from standing up except for your own weak mind. Learn, do not blame. Let go, do not hold on. Trust that every wound is a lesson in disguise. And then, when the dawn breaks, you will find yourself different, stronger, with a better understanding of life, and able to smile at the very things that once made you cry. Failure does not make you smaller. Only the refusal to learn from it makes you diminish yourself. For to let go of blame is the beginning of wisdom. To let go of suffering is the beginning of peace, and to let go of fear is the beginning of freedom. The Buddha once taught that only when you know how to let go can you truly have everything. This saying, at first, seems like a paradox, for people often think that to have is to hold. But in the way, the tighter you grasp, the more it hurts. Only when we know how to open our hands, to let go, can we receive freedom. Like a stream of water that can only flow when it is no longer held within a small, narrow vessel. In this life, each of us has at some point held on to something. Some hold on to an old love, some to an unfulfilled dream, some to a nameless sorrow, and some hold forever to a mistake of their own making. We think that to grasp tightly is the way to protect, but in truth, it is the very rope that binds us, causing us to suffer endlessly. It is like a hand clenching a fistful of sand. The more one tries to hold on, the faster the sand flows through the fingers. To let go, though it sounds simple, is in fact an art. It is an art that no one can teach us in a few words, nor can it be learned in a day. It can only be understood, only be absorbed, when we have truly experienced suffering, when the heart has reached the limit of its weariness, when the tears have run dry, yet the heart remains heavy. It is precisely then that some come to understand that there are things that are lost the more one holds on to them, and people who grow more distant the more one tries to keep them close. The Buddha taught, "That which does not belong to you, return it to the wind," a saying that seems gentle, yet contains a profound philosophy of impermanence. The wind comes and goes, just as all things come and go in life. Nothing is ours forever. No person, no object, no emotion can remain forever in the palm of our hand. If even this body cannot be kept, what is there that cannot be let go of? Someone once asked, "Does to let go mean to forget?" No. To let go is not to forget, but to accept. It is to look at things with a mind of peace, not a mind of resentment. It is to smile at the past instead of running from it. It is to know that there are things that cannot be changed, so one can only learn to live with them more lightly. Once there was a woman named Han. She was a gentle teacher, beloved by her students. But her marriage fell apart after many years together. The husband, who had once promised to walk with her to the end of their lives, eventually left, leaving her with a young child and immeasurable pain. After the separation, Han kept everything related to him. The shirt he used to wear, the coffee cup he often used, and an unfinished letter he had written but never sent. She kept that letter in a desk drawer, like a part of a memory that could not be erased. Every night, after her child had fallen asleep, she would take out that letter and read it. The words still carried the old scent of ink. The unfinished sentences were like a love affair that had not yet found its closure. She would read and weep, her tears falling year after year. On some nights, she would ask herself, "If I had been different back then, would he have stayed?" But life has no if, and the past, no matter how many thousands of times it is revisited, cannot be changed. Then one day, after a lesson on ethics, she told her students the story of the teacup and letting go. A student asked, "Teacher, are there things that a person must let go of?" She smiled, and then suddenly felt a pang in her heart. That evening, she sat silently in her small room and took out the old letter one last time. The candlelight flickered. The wind blew through the crack in the door like a whisper of the Dharma reminding her, "Let go, my child, for holding on only brings you more suffering." She placed the letter in the palm of her hand and looked at it for a long time. There were no more tears, only silence. Then she softly chanted, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." She lit a small flame. The letter gradually burned, each word disappearing, the smoke rising as light as a breath. In that wisp of smoke, she saw the image of her ex-husband smiling. No blame, no anger, just a gentle farewell. At that moment, she understood that to let go is not to forget the person, but to let go of the pain. It is not to cast away the past, but to set the past down in order to move forward. It is not to be unfeeling, but to love one's own self. From that day on, her smile changed. It was softer, gentler, more serene. Her students said she looked younger. Her colleagues said she seemed happier. Only she understood that it was the smile of someone who had just learned how to let go. The Buddha said, "If you are not attached, you will naturally be pure." Han had understood this after so many years immersed in memories. For attachment is the root of suffering. As long as we cling, we suffer. When we cease to cling, the mind is instantly at peace. What is called clinging is in fact the stubbornness of the mind, its refusal to accept impermanence. We want everything to remain forever the same, but life is always changing. We are afraid of loss, but we forget that everything, from the very beginning, did not belong to us. We too are the same. We cling to small things, a word, a glance, an action that did not please us. We let these things occupy our entire minds, making our hearts heavy. But when we look closely, we realize that all of these things are not real. Anger will eventually dissipate, pain will also fade, and memories will also dim. So why do we let these impermanent things master our minds? To let go is not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, to let go is the act of a strong person. For only one who understands, who is awake, who is courageous, has the strength to set things down. The weak grasp, the strong let go. It is like a person sinking in quicksand. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Only when they know how to stop, to release their resistance, can they rise to the surface. In the way, there are 3 kinds of letting go. Letting go of things, letting go of people, and letting go of the mind. To let go of things is to learn to live simply, not to be dependent on possessions. To let go of people is not to cling to relationships that have passed. And to let go of the mind, that is the highest state. It is to not let afflictions, jealousy, anger, or ignorance control us. When one can let go of the mind, even in the midst of the marketplace of life, the heart remains as still as if in a Zen monastery. Look at an autumn leaf. It does not fear leaving the branch, for it understands that to fall to the earth is not an end, but a return. A person who knows how to let go is the same. They do not see separation as loss, but as a karmic connection that has run its course, as an opportunity for the mind to be liberated. A Zen master once said, "Letting go is an act of wisdom, not of avoidance. When we avoid, we are afraid. When we let go, we understand. We understand that life is inherently impermanent, and everything is but a convergence of conditions. When the conditions cease, smile and bid farewell. That is not to be unfeeling, but to know how to treasure things in the proper way. Life is like a river, flowing ceaselessly on. If we keep trying to hold on to a single drop of water, how can we ever see the great ocean? A person who knows how to live is one who knows how to let the current flow naturally. Sometimes the water is clear. Sometimes it is turbid. Sometimes it is calm. Sometimes it swirls in eddies. But in the end, it all flows out to the great sea. If today you are in pain because of a relationship that has ended, a dream that is unfinished, a loss that has not yet eased, ask your heart, does this truly still belong to me? If not, then return it to the wind. For there are sorrows that grow deeper the more you hold them, heavier the more you embrace them. But when you let them go, you will naturally feel your heart become as light as a cloud. To let go is not an end, but a beginning. The beginning of a new journey where we are no longer bound by what has passed. When we know how to let go, we learn to live in the present, to cherish what we have. For only when we are empty can we receive something new. The Buddha taught that a person who knows how to let go can smile even in the face of adversity. That smile comes not from external joy, but from internal understanding. The understanding that all suffering is only temporary. The understanding that everything has its causes and conditions. The understanding that there must be loss to have gain, that there must be letting go to have peace. Remember, no one in this life can avoid loss. But loss is not the end of the story. It is a reminder for us to live more mindfully. When one door closes, we must step into the light. When a person leaves, it is so that we may learn to love our own selves. Han, after burning the letter, taught her students, "My dears, There are things we must let go of so that we can still love. Holding on only makes the heart more weary. Letting go makes space for good things to come. The children did not fully understand, but they saw in her eyes a strange light, the light of someone who had just found herself again. In the end, the art of letting go lies not in forgetting, but in seeing everything with a mind of peace. When the mind is at peace, nothing can stir us any longer. When the heart is awake, the wind is just the wind, the rain is just the rain, and people coming or going are all just a matter of karmic connection. The Buddha taught, "That which does not belong to you, return it to the wind." And when we can truly do that, we will see that this life is incredibly light. There is no more resentment, no more blame, only gratitude. Gratitude for having once had, gratitude for being taught how to let go. For sometimes, it is in the very moment we let go that we truly grasp the most precious thing of all: peace. The Buddha taught that all things that come have their causes and conditions. This saying, if merely heard, might be understood by anyone. But to truly absorb it requires passing through much suffering, many vicissitudes, only to then see that nothing in this life is random. There are things that come that make us happy, and things that make us cry. But all of them are due to causes and conditions, the results of seeds that we, or someone else, once sowed in the past. Some are born into wealth and luxury, while others suffer from childhood. Some love sincerely, yet are still betrayed. Some do good deeds, yet still encounter misfortune. If we look with the eyes of an ordinary person, we will see that life is truly unjust. But if we look with the wisdom eye of the Buddha, we will see that nothing is without a cause. Every joy, every sorrow, every person we meet, every event we experience, all are due to causes and conditions. Karma is the thread that connects these causes and conditions from one life to the next. The Buddha once taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to awaken. When we understand this, we will stop blaming life, stop resenting others, stop being angry with ourselves. For if every suffering has a reason, then every teardrop is also a way to wash away old karma, to allow the mind to become clearer, brighter. There was a woman named Tui who made a living as a small vendor in the market. Her life was as ordinary as anyone else's. She would go to the market early in the morning and return in the evening to prepare meals for her family. She was not rich, but she was not poor. Until one day, she discovered she had a strange illness. At first, it was just bouts of fatigue. But gradually, her body grew weaker. The doctor said the illness was difficult to treat. When she heard the news, she felt as if she had collapsed. She cried every night. Looking at her young children, her heart ached as if it were being cut. She asked heaven, she asked the Buddha, "What sin have I committed to suffer so? I have never harmed anyone. Why must I endure this?" These are questions that many of us have also asked ourselves when suffering comes. But the answer sometimes lies not in the present, but in things we do not remember. Karma is not confined to a single lifetime, but is the continuation of countless previous lifetimes. What we receive today is the fruit. What we do today is the seed. And what we will encounter in the future is the fruit of the present seed. Understanding this, we will stop resenting, stop blaming, and begin to learn to observe suffering as a friend who has come to teach us the lesson of awakening. Tui, in those painful days, was by chance taken to a temple by a friend. There, she met an old monk with gentle eyes and a voice as light as the wind. After listening to her story, the monk only smiled and said, "My child, every illness is an opportunity to repay a karmic debt. Do not ask, 'Why me?' Ask, 'What can I learn from this?'" At first, she did not understand. She thought illness was suffering. So how could it be an opportunity? But when she returned home, whenever she felt pain, she remembered the monk's words. She began to practice sitting in stillness and reciting the Buddha's name. Every morning, she would prostrate to the Buddha 3 times and pray, "If this is the karmic debt I must repay, please give me the strength to repay it with a peaceful mind." Time passed. Although the illness did not leave her, her mind changed. She was no longer afraid, no longer resentful. She only felt a light sense of peace in her heart. There were mornings when she would sit and watch the sunlight stream through the window and feel a strange serenity. She would say, "I am not cured of my illness, but I am cured of my suffering." That statement is wisdom itself, for suffering, in truth, lies not in the body, but in the mind. The body may be in pain, but if the mind is at peace, we can still smile. The body may be weak, but if the heart is bright, we can still stand up. A person who understands causes and conditions will see that everything that happens in life, whether good or bad, brings with it a necessary lesson. The Buddha taught that when a person faces suffering, yet maintains a peaceful mind, they are dissolving their karma. When we endure suffering without resentment, we are untying each knot in the chain of our old karma. Every tear that falls is not in vain. It washes away the resentment in the heart. Every wave of pain that passes is not meaningless. It is a lesson in impermanence, teaching us to treasure every second we are still alive. People often desire only happiness, but do not know that it is precisely suffering that helps us mature. If life were only filled with joy, the mind would forever remain weak. If life had no suffering, we would never know what peace truly is. For only after passing through the darkest night do we see how precious the dawn is. Only after having lost do we learn to cherish what remains. Karma is not a punishment. Karma is the result of what we have created. And if it is a result, then it is just. When we understand karma, we no longer ask, "Why me?" but will ask, "What have I sown?" That question, though small, opens a great door, the door of perception, of awakening, of liberation. Some who hear Tui's story feel pity, but others see themselves reflected in it. For everyone carries karma. Some carry the karma of the body, some the karma of the mind, some the karma of past lives, some the karma of the present. But if one knows to turn toward goodness, to repent, to love, then any karma will eventually become lighter. The Buddha once said, "It is like salt dissolving in water. If there is little water, the salt is potent. But if there is much water, the salt dissolves." Likewise, karma is the salt. A compassionate mind is the water. When the mind is vast, karma will dissolve. Many people complain, "Why do I do good things, yet still encounter bad things?" But karma is not calculated within a single lifetime. There are good things we do today, but the wholesome fruit will come in a future life. There are unwholesome things we have caused in the past, and now the time has come to repay the debt. Life is not unjust. It is only that we have not yet seen the entire flow of causes and conditions. After some time, although Tui's illness remained, she lived more peacefully than before. She no longer blamed heaven or earth. She sold her wares just as before, but always with a smile on her lips. She would often say to her customers, "Any day that I can still breathe is a day I can still learn." The saying sounds simple, but it is the profound philosophy of one who has understood karma. To understand causes and conditions is the first step in resolving karma. For when we understand, we cease to resent. When we cease to resent, the heart is no longer filled with anger. When there is no more anger, the mind becomes clear. And when the mind is clear, karma gradually lightens. It all begins with understanding. If one day you encounter suffering, do not ask, "Why me?" Ask, "What do I need to learn from this?" For every suffering carries a message. The person who comes and hurts us is the one who helps us learn to forgive. The illness that comes and weakens us is the lesson that teaches us to treasure our health. The loss that comes is so that we may learn to let go. All are lessons if we are willing to listen. The Buddha taught that no one in this life can make us suffer, except for our own mind. When the mind clings, suffering arises. When the mind understands, suffering ceases. Therefore, instead of blaming others, turn back and look at your own self. Each time suffering comes, see it as an opportunity to illuminate your inner heart. When we know how to recognize the root of suffering, we have already walked half the path to peace. One who does not understand karma lives in fear. One who understands karma lives in peace. One who does not yet understand causes and conditions blames heaven and earth. One who understands gives thanks even for adversity. For they know that without suffering, they would not awaken. Without loss, they would not know how to cherish. Someone once asked a Zen master, "Why do I do good deeds, yet still encounter suffering?" The Zen master replied, "The wholesome seeds you sowed were planted only yesterday. But the unwholesome seeds you sowed were planted long ago. Today is the harvest season for the old seeds. If you patiently continue to sow what is wholesome, the wholesome fruit will come." That answer was as light as the wind. But it was enough to illuminate an entire lifetime. For each of us is reaping from the field of our own karma. When we understand that, we no longer see suffering as an enemy, but as a teacher. We no longer see life as a place of punishment, but as a classroom. The Buddha once said that karma does not wait until we are ready to arrive, but it arrives so that we may mature. When we understand this, we will receive all things with a mind of gratitude. Whether favorable or adverse, we can say words of thanks. For all of it helps us draw closer to awakening. Tui, the woman who once resented heaven, now still sits every morning and recites the Buddha's name. She says that each recitation is a way of purifying the mind. Each breath is a word of thanks to life for giving her one more day to learn. She lives without fear, for she has understood. She understands that karma is not a burden, but a path that leads us to the light. And just like her, each of us, when facing suffering, should try to change our perspective, to see everything as a necessary condition for us to grow. When one understands causes and conditions, one ceases to blame. When one ceases to blame, the heart is naturally at peace. The Buddha taught, all things that come have their causes and conditions. Let this saying become a seed in your mind, so that when the storm arrives, you will still know how to smile, so that when loss comes, you will still know how to say words of thanks. For only when we understand do we truly let go. And only when we let go are we truly free. The Buddha once taught, without suffering, there is no practice. It sounds like a simple teaching, but within these few words lies a deep ocean of wisdom. For in this life, no one can avoid suffering. To be born in the human realm is to be born into suffering. There is the suffering of the body, the suffering of the mind, suffering from loss, from illness, from poverty, from loneliness, from things not going as we wish. But the Buddha did not teach us to run from suffering. He taught us to understand suffering, to accept suffering, and to transform suffering. For it is precisely in suffering that we see our own minds clearly. It is precisely when we endure suffering that we have the opportunity to repay our karmic debts, to wash away the dust of afflictions so that the mind may be serene and bright. Think about it. If this life were only filled with favorable conditions, only with joy, would we ever learn patience, gratitude, or forbearance? If everything went smoothly, perhaps human beings would forever remain arrogant, would forget that happiness is not something readily available, but something that is cultivated through each and every trial. Suffering does not come to drag us down, but to forge our minds to be steadfast. Just as gold must pass through fear to become brilliant, a person who wishes for a bright mind must pass through suffering. The Buddha taught that suffering is our teacher. One who dares to face suffering is practicing the way. One who runs from suffering is burying themselves in illusion. Life is like a river, its waters at times clear, at times turbid. A wise person does not try to stop the river, but learns to row amidst the waves. Suffering is the same. We cannot stop suffering, but we can learn to pass through suffering without being submerged. When the heart knows how to accept, the mind will struggle less, and the spirit will gradually find peace. Some ask, why must human beings endure suffering? If the Buddha is compassionate, why does he not make everyone happy? This is a question that everyone in their lives has thought, but few have looked deeply into its nature. The Buddha does not bestow suffering, nor does he take it away. The Buddha only points out the path through suffering to a place of peace and joy. For without suffering, there would be no practice, no awakening. It is because there is darkness that we realize how precious the light is. It is because there are rainstorms that we learn to treasure the warm, sunny days. And it is because we have fallen that we know how precious it is to stand up. Remember that suffering is not an enemy, but a strict teacher. That teacher does not speak in words, but teaches through challenges. That teacher does not coddle, but forges us in pain. But after each lesson, our minds mature, our wisdom brightens, and our hearts become more compassionate. For to endure suffering is to purify karma. When we endure suffering without blame, without resentment, only quietly receiving and learning, that is precisely when karma is dissolving and merit is arising. In the sutras, the Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to awaken. This is not just a theory. It is a truth. Some, because of suffering, resent heaven and blame others. Others, thanks to suffering, learn to love more, to live better. So where does the difference lie? It lies in the mind. A mind of resentment makes suffering heavier. A mind of gratitude makes suffering lighter. When suffering comes, instead of asking, "Why me?" try asking, "What am I learning from this?" When we change the question, we change our entire life. It is like the story of Uncle Two, a farmer in the western region. He had spent his entire life bound to his rice paddies. Every year, when the planting season came, he would wake up early and go out to the fields before the sky had even brightened. But then one year, a long drought came. The rice withered, the water dried up, and the entire crop was almost completely lost. His neighbors looked at him with pity. Some shook their heads and said, "A whole year of hard work, and now it's all for nothing. Don't you feel miserable?" He just smiled and slowly replied, "The harvest is lost this year. The soil will be healthier next year." People thought he was just saying it to console himself, but he truly believed it. The next season, he sowed his rice seeds again, no longer complaining, no longer resentful. He said, "To suffer is also a part of this land, a part of this life. We suffer to learn, to mature." And just as he said, the following year, his fields yielded a great harvest. The golden grains of rice filled his granary. People came to congratulate him, and he only smiled gently. Last year's suffering was a lesson for this year. If I had complained last year, I surely would not have this happy day. The story sounds simple, but it is a profound lesson. For not everyone can smile in the face of suffering. Only a person of wisdom can see the blessing within the hardship, the opportunity within the failure, the lesson within the loss. The Buddha taught that to endure suffering is not to suffer more, but to resolve suffering. Each time we are patient, a measure of karma is reduced. Each time we accept, a measure of merit increases. Suffering is a flame, but it is also a light. One who runs from the flame will remain forever in darkness. One who dares to stand in the flame will be illuminated. When we dare to face, endure, and then overcome, we will see that suffering is no longer an enemy, but a friend. A friend who comes to teach us how to love, how to let go, how to look deep into our own hearts. Within every person, there is a wholesome seed, only it is buried under layers of the soil of greed, anger, and ignorance, and suffering is the very rain that helps that seed to sprout. If there were no suffering, that wholesome seed would lie dormant forever. Therefore, suffering is not bad. We only need to know how to see it. Just as the lotus flower only grows from the mud, without mud, the lotus cannot bloom. Without suffering, a person cannot attain enlightenment. Everyone's life will pass through its own seasons of drought. Sometimes it is loss, sometimes betrayal, sometimes illness, sometimes loneliness. But remember, no rainstorm lasts forever, just as no suffering is insurmountable. What is important is whether we have enough calm to wait for the rain to stop, enough faith to believe that after suffering will come peace. Many people, fearing suffering, seek ways to avoid it. They fear failure, fear loss, fear being hurt. But to flee from suffering is also to flee from the opportunity to learn. For suffering is the mirror that reflects our true mind. When suffering comes, we know if we are weak or strong, wise or deluded, clinging or letting go. A wise person does not run from suffering, but uses suffering as a teacher. The Buddha taught that when the mind is at peace, suffering also transforms into joy. When the mind is in turmoil, joy also becomes suffering. Therefore, the root of suffering lies not in the circumstances, but in the way we see. A person with a peaceful mind can feel stillness even while walking through a storm. A person with a turbulent mind can feel unease even while standing amidst fragrant flowers. Therefore, to endure suffering does not mean to resign oneself to it, but to receive suffering with wakefulness. Some endure suffering and still complain. Some endure suffering and smile. The difference lies in whether they understand or not. When we understand, suffering is no longer suffering. When we do not yet understand, suffering becomes a burden. Therefore, the Buddha taught Endure suffering today for peace tomorrow. Every drop of sweat, every pain, every failure is a seed sown for a better tomorrow. If today you are suffering, know that you are being taught a great lesson. Do not blame, do not resent, and do not be afraid. Quietly look deep into your mind and ask what needs to be changed. Sometimes suffering comes to remind us to return, to pause, to know that we have been going in the wrong direction. Sometimes suffering comes to forge us to be strong, to remind us not to rely on external happiness. Life is a long journey, and each person is a practitioner on that path. Suffering is an unavoidable companion, but if we know how to smile with suffering, to greet suffering as we would an old friend, then suffering will no longer hurt us. It is then that we are truly free. Therefore, remember that to endure suffering is not a bad thing. Suffering is precisely the opportunity for us to resolve suffering. Just as a blacksmith, to have a good sword, must temper it in the fire, a mind that wishes to be bright must pass through the fire of life. If you can smile when you suffer, you are more than halfway to peace. If you can be grateful when you suffer, you are drawing near to enlightenment. Endure suffering today for peace tomorrow. That is not just a teaching, it is the truth of life. For each time we pass through a pain, we become a little less ignorant, a little less attached, a little less greedy, and our hearts open a little wider. It is then that we will understand that suffering is not something to be avoided, but something to be understood. And only when we understand do we truly know how to let go. To let go is not to give up, but to accept. To let go is not weakness, but strength. To let go is to know that suffering is also a part of happiness. When the mind has learned to let go, suffering also transforms into peace. Therefore, if you are suffering, do not be afraid. Just walk through the suffering with a mindful mind. Trust that every pain today is washing away the karma of the past. Trust that behind the storm there is always a clear sky. And remember the Buddha's teaching. Without suffering, there is no practice. We suffer to learn. We suffer to resolve. We suffer to find peace. There are days we feel as if the whole world has turned its back on us. Work is not going well. Relationships are broken. Illness strikes. Disasters pile up. We ask heaven. We ask the Buddha. We ask ourselves, why am I suffering so much? But the more we ask, the more entangled our hearts become. Until one day, we pause and hear the Buddha's teaching. Nothing comes from nowhere. All is due to causes, conditions, and karmic results. It is then that we understand that, in fact, what we are enduring is not a punishment, but an opportunity. An opportunity to repay, to learn, to let go. The Buddha once taught that karma is not a rope that binds a person, but a mirror that reflects all that we have sown. In that mirror, we see the past, the present, and sometimes even the future. No one can escape the law of cause and effect. But one who understands karma no longer fears suffering. Because when we know that suffering is just a part of the process of repaying a karmic debt, our minds will no longer resent, but will become still and serene. There are 4 ways that people often experience the repayment of karma. Sometimes it is through an accident. Sometimes it is karmic creditors from the past who come seeking retribution. Sometimes it is through a series of coincidences that seem random. And sometimes we unintentionally cause harm without realizing it. No matter what form it takes, karma always brings us a lesson. And when we know how to learn that lesson with a mind free of resentment, free of fear, that karma will dissolve like the morning mist. There is a story about a truck driver named Dung. He was a gentle, hard-working man who drove his truck every day from early morning until late at night to support his wife and children. One afternoon, on his way home, he had an accident. The truck veered off the road and plunged down an embankment. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped death. When he awoke in the hospital, his body was in pain, his leg in a coil, his hands scraped. He heard his wife, sitting beside him, say softly, "Perhaps you are repaying a karmic debt." Those words were like a gentle breeze blowing through his mind. At first, he felt sad, thinking, "What sin have I committed to have to bear this karma?" But then he remembered something from many years ago. Once, he had been speeding, and a dog running across the road was killed. He felt remorse for a long time, but as time passed, he forgot. Now, he suddenly understood. Perhaps the universe was just restoring balance to all things. After that accident, he no longer complained about his fate. Every morning, when he saw the sun rise through the hospital window, he would join his palms and chant softly, "Namo Amitabha Buddha. Thank you for allowing me to still be alive, to still be able to repay." From then on, he began to practice walking more slowly, driving more carefully, speaking more kindly. He said that from the day he understood he was repaying a karmic debt, he felt a strange lightness in his heart. He no longer blamed life, no longer resented others, but only felt gratitude for still having the chance to start anew. The story of Mr. Dung seems simple, but it contains a profound spiritual principle. When we know we are repaying a karmic debt, we will not struggle, we will not resent, but will learn to see it as a part of life's journey. It is like when we owe someone a debt. Repaying the debt may be tiring, but when the debt is fully paid, our hearts will be at ease. Karma is the same. Every pain, every suffering is a time when we are gradually erasing the old traces. And once the mind has accepted it, that suffering will transform into light. The Buddha taught that there are two ways to repay a karmic debt, with suffering and with wisdom. An ignorant person will repay their karma with resentment, with anger, with fear. They struggle, and they suffer more. But an awakened person will repay their karma with compassion and wisdom. They understand that everything that happens has a cause, and when a cause has been sown, the fruit must ripen. No one can bear our karma for us, but we can choose how to repay it. If we repay it with understanding, the karma dissolves as quickly as smoke. But if we repay it with anger, the karma only grows thicker, more painful. What does it mean to repay a karmic debt with wisdom? It is that when we encounter suffering, we do not ask, "Why me?" but, "What is this teaching me?" It is that when others hurt us, we do not react hastily, but look at them with compassionate eyes, thinking, perhaps they too are suffering. It is that when we encounter loss, we do not cling to what is gone, but know that all is just a matter of karmic connection. And when the time is up, it must depart. At that point, the mind is no longer pulled along, but stands firm in stillness. That is serenity amidst karmic results. The Buddha once said that the fire of anger can burn down a forest of merit. If we carry a mind of anger to repay a karmic debt, that debt will not only fail to be dissolved, but will generate even more. But if we carry a mind of loving kindness to repay it, each instance of suffering becomes an instance of karma dissolving. Therefore, when suffering comes, do not resist it, but look directly into it, breathe with it, smile with it. It is like when we bathe in cold water. At first, we shiver, but if we stand still and feel it, the water will become gentler. Likewise, if we face our karma with a mind of peace, the suffering will become light. A true practitioner is one who knows how to repay their karma in a state of wakefulness. They do not seek to run away. Do not chase after miracles. Do not pray for their karma to dissolve quickly. but only pray for their minds to become brighter with each encounter with suffering. For they understand that karma does not come to harm us, but to forge our minds. There is a saying, if there were no suffering, how could we understand compassion? If there were no loss, how would we know how to cherish? Every adversity is a spiritual lesson, teaching us to love, to understand, to let go. Some may ask, how can one repay a karmic debt and still be at peace? The answer lies right within our own breath. When we breathe, and the mind is not in turmoil, the body not in a rush, that is peace. When we breathe, and within our hearts there is loving kindness, there is recitation of the Buddha's name, that is the gentlest way to repay a karmic debt. The Buddha taught that to recite the Buddha's name is to sow a seed of purity in the mind. When the Buddha is in the mind, karma no longer has a place to cling. Therefore, whenever you find yourself suffering, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and silently recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. One recitation is one instance of a still mind. 10 recitations are 10 instances of purification. The suffering may still be there, but the heart is less agitated. That is serenity in the midst of life's currents. To repay a karmic debt with a mind of loving kindness is also the most beautiful way. When others cause us suffering, we do not resent them, but send them a wish for well-being. When we lose money, we regard it as if we have just done a charitable deed. When someone speaks ill of us, we regard it as repaying a debt for words we once spoke. When we are betrayed, we regard it as learning how to let go. Every matter, no matter how small, is an opportunity for karma to dissolve. And when the mind is no longer attached, karma has no place to cling, and it will dissolve on its own, like the evening clouds. Remember that karma not only comes from the past, but is also created in the present. Every word we speak, every thought we give rise to, every action we perform is a seed for the future. If today we live in anger, tomorrow we will again encounter suffering. If today we live in loving kindness, tomorrow we will find peace and joy. Therefore, a wise person does not worry about the past, does not fear the future, but is only mindful in each breath of the present. They know that each peaceful breath is one instance of karma being reduced. Mr. Dung, after recovering from his illness, continued to drive his truck. But in his vehicle, he always played soft Buddhist chants. He recounted that whenever someone cut him off, instead of getting angry, he would recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. Then he would smile. From that day on, his life seemed to be protected by a wholesome energy. He no longer encountered senseless risks, perhaps because the old karma had been repaid, and new karma was not being created. He would often say to his friends, "If you can still be grateful while suffering, then that suffering is no longer suffering." That is the spirit of one who knows how to repay a karmic debt with serenity. When our minds have the light of understanding, karma becomes a teacher. When our minds have compassion, karma becomes a companion on the journey. And when our minds know how to let go, karma becomes the path that leads to freedom. The Buddha never taught us to avoid karma, but only taught us how to pass through it with a still mind. It is like a person walking through a forest of thorns. They do not need to cut down all the thorns, but only need to step carefully, one step at a time. And eventually, they will emerge from the forest. Karma is the same. It cannot be erased overnight, but it can be passed through with wakefulness. If you are suffering, pause for a moment. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out. Close your eyes and say silently, "I am repaying a karmic debt. Do not be afraid." Because when you become aware of this, half of the karma has already dissolved. The other half will dissolve when you smile, accept, and continue to live with a heart of gratitude, just like Mr. Dung, who every morning joined his palms and gave thanks for still being alive, for still being able to repay. That gratitude is the very key that opens the door to peace. In this life, everyone must repay their karmic debts. No one is exempt. But between repaying a karmic debt and enduring suffering, there is a very great difference. The one who endures suffering resents. The one who repays a karmic debt understands. The one who endures suffering sees life as unjust. The one who repays a karmic debt sees life as just. The one who endures suffering is immersed in sorrow. The one who repays a karmic debt steps through suffering with a gentle smile. And that very smile is the sign of one who has awakened. Therefore, live like one who is repaying a karmic debt with gratitude. Speak gentle words. Think wholesome thoughts. Do wholesome deeds. Treat others with a mind of loving kindness. When you do what is wholesome, that energy will dissolve old karma. When you recite the Buddha's name, that sound will purify your consciousness. When you forgive, hatred will no longer have a place to dwell. And when you are serene, suffering will not be able to touch you. The Buddha taught, when karma arrives, do not run. Sit down. Sit down to look deeply into your own self, to see that all is created by the mind. And when the mind changes, karma also changes. So, instead of complaining, "Why am I suffering so much?" ask, how can my mind become brighter than it was yesterday? That is the only path for karma to be repaid gently, for suffering to transform into peace. Let the mind return to the breath. Breathing in, recite Namo. Breathing out, recite Amitabha Buddha. Each breath is an instance of purification. Each recitation is a lotus seed blooming in the mind. In this way, day by day, hour by hour, karma dissolves, the mind brightens, life becomes peaceful. And at some point, you will realize that repaying a karmic debt is no longer fearsome, because in every suffering, you have found the light of serenity. The Buddha once taught that the person who knows how to live in the present moment is the one who is touching happiness. For the past has gone, the future has not yet come. Only this moment is truly existing. And yet, for countless eons, human beings have spent the greater part of their lives regretting the past and worrying about the future. We run endlessly on the path of dreams, of fears, of calculations, forgetting that this very breath is the most priceless gift. When the mind is not present here and now, even if we are sitting amidst 1,000 beautiful flowers, our hearts can still be filled with storms. Sometimes we wake up in the morning, but our minds are still entangled in last night's dream. Sometimes we are eating a meal, but our minds are thinking about work, about the person who hurt us, about unfinished tasks, about the fear of tomorrow. And so it goes, day after day. Our bodies are here, but our minds are wandering elsewhere. This is the very reason why people always feel weary, feel miserable, feel insecure, even when no one is harming them. The Buddha taught the 4 foundations of mindfulness, which are 4 methods of contemplation to bring the mind back to the body, back to reality. Contemplation of the body in the body, contemplation of feelings in feelings, contemplation of the mind in the mind, and contemplation of phenomena in phenomena. This means to know clearly what this body is doing, to know clearly whether this feeling is pleasant or unpleasant, to know clearly whether this mind is awake or in turmoil, to know clearly whether this phenomenon is wholesome or unwholesome. When we know clearly, we are awake. When we are awake, suffering has no way to enter. The ancients said that mindfulness is the boat that carries us across the river of delusion. And to have mindfulness, one does not need to go up a mountain, does not need to enter a temple. Just right here in our breath, in each step we take, in the smallest of our actions, we can return to our true selves. When washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When eating, know that you are eating. When hearing a bird sing, know that you are hearing a bird sing. It sounds simple, but it is an entire journey of long practice. For the human mind is accustomed to chasing after scattered thoughts, accustomed to rushing forward. Only when we are willing to pause, to breathe in deeply, and to feel the fullness of life, do we see that peace has never left us. Happiness is not somewhere far away. It is in every moment that we are truly present. When we drink a sip of water and know that we are drinking, we will feel the cool water permeate every cell. When we take a deep breath and know that we are breathing in, we feel the fresh air nourishing our life. Mindfulness is the art of living wakefully, the lamp that illuminates the way so that we are no longer lost in the darkness of worries. There is a short story about a man named Kai, an ordinary office worker in the city. In the past, he had always lived in a rush. Every morning when he stepped out of his house, he already felt annoyed. Just a little bit of traffic, and he would lose his temper. If someone cut in line, he would immediately complain to the heavens and blame life for being unjust. Every day was like this. He would arrive at his office in a state of exhaustion and stress. When he got home, he would take out his frustrations on his wife and children. He did not understand why he always felt miserable, even though his life was not that bad. One day, while surfing the internet, he happened to listen to a talk by a monk. The monk said, "When you find yourself suffering, just pause. Breathing in, know that you are breathing in. Breathing out, know that you are breathing out. Just by being present in your breath, you will find your mind returning to itself." After hearing this, Kai just laughed, thinking simply, how can just breathing end suffering? But then, for some reason, those words kept echoing in his head for the next few days. One morning, as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly remembered the monk's words. Instead of hastily grabbing his car keys, he sat down in a chair, closed his eyes, and took a very deep breath. He sat in silence for 5 minutes. For the first time in many years, he noticed the sound of the birds outside on the veranda, the sound of the gentle breeze touching the door, the ticking of the clock. Everything seemed to be the same, yet his mind was different. He felt a sense of lightness. When he went out on the road, although the traffic was still heavy, although the streets were still congested, he felt calmer. The things that used to infuriate him now became opportunities to train his mind. He called it his 5 minutes before work. From that day on, every morning he would spend 5 minutes sitting in stillness. Breathing in, he knew he was breathing in. Breathing out, He knew he was breathing out. Just by doing that, his entire day seemed to become calmer, lighter. His wife said, "You've been so different lately. You don't get angry so often anymore." He smiled. "It's not that I've changed the world. I've changed my mind." When we are present in the moment, all suffering has no place to reside, for suffering only arises when our minds are attached to what has passed or are worried about what has not yet come. When the mind dwells in the present, suffering has nowhere to cling. Mindfulness is the key that opens the door to peace within our own selves. The Buddha taught that a person without mindfulness is like a drunkard walking in the dark of night, not knowing where they are going, not knowing what they are stumbling over. But a person with mindfulness is like one holding a lamp in their hand. Even while walking in the night, they can see each footstep clearly. When we light the lamp of mindfulness in our hearts, even if life is stormy, we will still know the way back. Mindfulness is not just meditation. It is a way of life. When we are working, we know clearly that we are working. When we are speaking, we know clearly what we are saying. When we are listening, we know clearly that we are listening. Sometimes, just a single minute of stillness can save us from countless afflictions. For most suffering comes not from the circumstances, but from an untrained mind. Many people ask, "Can I practice mindfulness when I am busy?" The answer is yes. When you are washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When you are driving, know that you are driving. When you are holding your child, know that you are holding your child. Do not let your mind wander to other places. As long as we are truly living fully in that moment, we are practicing. We are meditating. We are living in a state of wakefulness. Imagine this. Every morning we wake up not to race against time, but to feel a new day just beginning. The light is seeping through the crack in the door. The birds are calling the dawn. The wind is caressing our hair. It is all happening. But if our minds are not present, we will miss it all. And when we have lived like that for many years, one day we will look back and realize that we have never truly lived. Mindfulness helps us return to reality. When we realize that this body is breathing, is walking, is acting, we become the master of our own selves. A person who has lost mindfulness is one who is led by habits, emotions, and external circumstances. But a person with mindfulness is one who is the master of their own body and mind, not swept away by the storms of life. A Zen master once said that a person with mindfulness is a person with freedom. Freedom is not about doing whatever one wants, but about not being controlled by emotions. When someone says a word that hurts us, if we do not have mindfulness, we react immediately. We get angry, we become furious, we resist. But if we have mindfulness, we recognize the emotion as it arises. We look at it as an observer, without identifying with it, without clinging to it. At that moment, we are free. Mindfulness is the energy of understanding. When we understand, we no longer wish to struggle. When we understand, we know how to love. A person with mindfulness will see that anyone who hurts them is also suffering. They act out of ignorance because their minds are not yet bright. And when we can see in this way, our hearts are no longer filled with resentment. We only wish to send them a sense of compassion, a prayer for their peace. The Buddha taught that happiness is not somewhere far away, but right here in our mindful breath. Breathing in, we know we are alive. Breathing out, we know we are being given life. Just this is enough to feel the heart grow lighter. If you are weary, pause, sit down, and take a very deep breath. Feel the air enter your lungs, pass through every cell, and then gently breathe out. Give thanks for that breath, for it keeps you alive every second. When you are truly in your breath, you will see that this life is more lovely than you ever thought. The practice of mindfulness meditation need not be complicated. You only need 5 minutes each day. Sit still, with your back straight, your eyes gently closed. Breathing in, know that you are breathing in. Breathing out, know that you are breathing out. If a thought comes, simply recognize, this is a thought, and then return to the breath, without pushing it away, without holding on to it. The breath is our friend, the thread that keeps us connected to the present. Try silently reciting Namo Amitabha Buddha with each in-breath and out-breath. Breathing in, recite Namo. Breathing out, recite Amitabha Buddha. In this way, our minds will gradually settle. Each recitation is a wave of purity that washes away afflictions. When the mind is at peace, karma is dissolved. When the mind is bright, suffering vanishes. Some say that amidst the hustle and bustle of life, it is difficult to maintain mindfulness. But in truth, it is precisely in those places that mindfulness is most needed. For when we can remain in the marketplace of life and still keep our minds at peace, that is the strength of a true practitioner. There is no need to leave the world, to be in the midst of the world, yet with a heart free from turmoil. That is practice. A person who lives in mindfulness will see clearly that all things have their causes and conditions, and all suffering has a cause. When we know how to recognize and embrace it with understanding, it will gradually dissolve like mist before the sun. When the mind is bright, suffering has no ground in which to sprout. Remember that happiness is only present when the mind is here, now. Not tomorrow, not when you have more money, not when you are no longer ill, not when someone else changes, but right in this very moment. When you smile with your own breath. When we have mindfulness, we will see that every shimmering drop of water, every whispering leaf, every singing bird is also a wondrous Dharma sound. Life is inherently beautiful. It is only that our minds are not yet still enough to see. Practice slowing down a little. Walk more slowly. Eat more slowly. Speak more slowly. Do not rush. Everything is already in its rightful place. You only need to be present, to be deeply present, and all suffering will gradually fall away like golden leaves at the end of autumn. When you know how to breathe with mindfulness, all the vicissitudes of life will also become gentle. There will be nothing left to fear, for you will have learned how to return. Return to your own self. Return to your breath. Return to life in each and every moment. The Buddha taught that the person who knows how to live in mindfulness is the person who knows how to walk on the path of peace. And that peace comes not from the outside, but from a soul that has been purified. Therefore, when you feel weary, remember that peace is not somewhere far away. It is right here in this breath, in this heartbeat, in this smile. Breathe in deeply and say to yourself, I am alive. I am here. And as you breathe out, let go of everything. Let go of worries. Let go of anger. Let go of calculations. All that remains is the breath and the knowing. In that moment, you are truly living in the present. Mindfulness is the door that opens to freedom. When the mind is present here and now, suffering cannot creep in. Happiness is not something distant, but this very moment. The moment you are living, breathing, smiling. The Buddha taught that from mud, the lotus is born. From suffering, wisdom is born. Without mud, the lotus flower cannot bloom. Without suffering, a person cannot awaken to their true self. In this life, everyone hopes for peace and joy, for happiness, to walk on a path free of thorns. But if life were only ever smooth, we would never learn how to get up when we fall, never understand the value of peace. For only when we pass through suffering Do we see our own minds clearly? Do we realize what is truly precious? Suffering is not an enemy. Suffering is the very gentle teacher that instructs us in the lesson of letting go, of understanding, of loving. Within every pain, there is a door that opens, leading us closer to awakening. But most people, when in pain, hasten to reject it. We fear pain, fear loss, fear loneliness. We run away, but the more we run, the more suffering pursues us. For suffering does not come to punish, but to illuminate. It reminds us to look back, to be still, to turn inward, to see our own selves. There is a story told of a prisoner named Huang. After 10 years in prison, it seemed as if his entire life had come to a close. The day he was sentenced, his heart was filled only with resentment. Resentment toward an unjust life, toward those who had betrayed him, and even toward himself for his weakness. The days in the prison passed by. Heavy and gloomy, he lived in the darkness of his own mind, where suffering piled upon suffering. Until one morning, when he met an old monk who had been invited to the prison to give a Dharma talk. The monk did not say anything lofty, only spoke gently. When you breathe in, know that you are breathing in. When you breathe out, know that you are breathing out. That is all. But from that day on, Huang began to practice breathing. He would sit by the small window in his cell, breathing in and breathing out. And for the first time in many years, he felt that he was truly living. One rainy afternoon, water from the prison yard flowed to the corner of a wall where a puddle of mud had formed. In that puddle of mud, a small lotus flower was rising, delicate yet pure. Huang looked at it for a long time, and then burst into tears. He said, "The lotus still blooms in the mud." Those were no longer tears of suffering, but tears of enlightenment. He realized that although his life had once been mired in the mud of wrongdoing, if he knew how to turn back, how to look again, there was still a pure seed within him, which could still blossom into a lotus of the heart. From that day on, Huang began to practice. He studied the Dharma, learned how to repent, learned how to love his own self. When he was released from prison, he did not try to hide from his past, but used the very story of his life to help other addicts, other errant individuals, find the light again. From mud, the lotus is born. From suffering, wisdom is born. That saying is not just a philosophy, but a truth proven by people just like Huang. A person who once went astray, but thanks to suffering, was awakened. A person who once suffered, but thanks to suffering, found the way. Often, suffering does not come to make us collapse, but to help us see clearly where the ground is, so that we may replant our faith. The Buddha once said, "No one can save us but ourselves. No one can purify our minds but our own minds." Therefore, enlightenment does not come from the outside. It is not a light shining down from the heavens, but a smoldering ember within, only waiting for suffering to blow upon it and fan it into a bright flame. A person who understands this will no longer resent their fate. They know that suffering is something that must come, for if there were no suffering, they would never have stopped to look deeply into themselves. But to transform suffering into wisdom, we must have mindfulness. For only when the mind is dwelling in the present can we see the nature of suffering and not be swallowed by it. Many people, when in pain, do not truly face the pain. They let their minds wander far away, thinking of the past, worrying about the future. They think, "If only I hadn't made that mistake," or "I don't know what will happen tomorrow." It is precisely these streams of thought that make suffering even more unbearable. Whereas, if one just pauses, takes a deep breath, and sees clearly the pain that is present within oneself without adding or subtracting anything, then in that very moment, the suffering has already begun to dissolve. It is like when we fall into a dark night. Instead of running to find the light, let us light a small lamp in our own hearts. That light is mindfulness. It does not make the darkness disappear, but it helps us see the way. Mindfulness is the boat that carries us across the sea of suffering. It is the pair of eyes that helps us see the lotus blooming right in the middle of the mud. One does not need to search for enlightenment somewhere far away. Enlightenment is precisely when we realize that all suffering is present to help us grow larger, understand more, and love more. When our minds are grateful for suffering, suffering is no longer an enemy. When we can smile in the midst of pain, we have already passed the halfway mark on the path to enlightenment. There are wounds that never disappear, but they teach us compassion. There are losses that cannot be compensated for, but they make us learn to treasure what remains. And it is in that very process that we are awakening day by day, becoming a little lighter, drawing a little closer to peace. Remember that in this life, no pain is meaningless. Every time we suffer, we learn. Every time we lose, we understand. And every time we let go, we are set free. When we understand this, we will no longer fear suffering. We will see suffering as a companion on the journey. For suffering teaches us humility. Suffering teaches us gratitude. Suffering teaches us to see the ego and to overcome it. Some ask, how does one become enlightened? The Buddha answered, look deeply into suffering. It sounds like a paradox, but it is the truth. Enlightenment comes not from running away from suffering, but from thoroughly understanding suffering. When we understand, suffering dissolves. When we reject it, suffering grows. Therefore, the first step to enlightenment is acceptance. To accept that life is impermanent, that people are temporary, that suffering is a part of living. No resentment, no anger, no running away. Just looking, just breathing, just living. Someone once said that when we stop trying to make life perfect, we begin to see it as beautiful, just as it is. That is the very spirit of enlightenment. It is not that we find peace only when life is free of suffering, but that we can be at peace even while life still has suffering. It is not that the lotus blooms because the mud has disappeared, but that the lotus blooms right in the mud. There are days we feel our hearts are heavy, our minds in turmoil. Pause. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out slowly. Tell yourself, this suffering, too, shall pass. Place your hand on your heart and feel the beat of life. Every breath is an opportunity to renew ourselves, to let go of resentment, to return to the present. When our minds are present here, in this moment, we are no longer victims of the past, nor are we fearful of the future. We are just ourselves, living, breathing, existing. And in that moment, suffering has transformed into peace. Enlightenment is not a destination, but a journey through suffering with understanding and compassion, just like Hoang, the prisoner of yesteryear, who used 10 years of his life to relearn 2 simple things: to know how to breathe and to know how to smile. Just that was enough to transform his entire life. When he left the prison, he said, I once lived in the mud, but now I know how to make the lotus bloom. And that is also the message for each of us. Do not fear suffering, for suffering is only mud. If we know how to use suffering to cultivate the mind, to awaken, to understand ourselves, then in that very place of suffering, the lotus of enlightenment will bloom. Suffering does not block our path to peace and joy. Suffering is the very path. Look back on your own life. How many times have you thought you had reached the depths of suffering? But then, it was precisely in those times that you grew the most, understood yourself the most, and loved others the most. If it were not for the long nights of tears, we would never have known what peace feels like when the early sun rises. If we had never fallen, we would never have known how precious it is to stand up. Therefore, do not fear suffering any longer. Embrace suffering as you would a crying child. Listen to suffering as you would the teachings of a master. Give thanks to suffering for having helped you to awaken. When we can say words of thanks to our pain, at that moment, we have already taken half a step into the realm of enlightenment. The Buddha taught that when the mind is bright, suffering also transforms into a flower. The person who knows how to let go, to understand, to live fully in the present, that person is already walking on the noble eightfold path. No more chasing, no more running away, only a stillness in the midst of life's current remains. That is true happiness, true freedom. Suffering does not disappear, but it no longer controls us. It is merely a part of the lesson, like the mud beneath the lotus's feet. It is there, but it does not stain the lotus. The lotus still blooms, still radiates fragrance, still lifts its head to face the sun. A person is the same. When the mind is bright, though life still has suffering, we can still smile, can still walk lightly, can still love and be loved. Therefore, when this life becomes too weary, remember the Buddha's teaching. From mud, the lotus is born. From suffering, wisdom is born. Let suffering teach us to mature. Let tears wash our souls clean. Let our stumbles lead us back to our true selves. Then, one day, we will realize that enlightenment is not somewhere far away. It is right here, in every breath, in every footstep, in every pain that we have passed through with a heart of understanding and love. The Buddha once taught that when one knows how to let go, life naturally becomes light. That seemingly simple saying contains within it an entire path of practice, leading from suffering to enlightenment, from delusion to peace. Human beings are born carrying so many attachments: love, money, fame, reputation. We are so engrossed in holding on to things we believe to be ours that the more we hold, the more tired we become. The more we cling, the more it hurts. Until one day, we realize that the thing that makes us suffer is not life itself, but our own mind that refuses to let go. Looking back on the journey we have walked, from moments of weariness and helplessness, we learned how to pause. Then, from pausing, we learned to look deeply within, to see our suffering clearly, to understand its cause. When we understood, we began to accept. And only when we accepted could we let go? Each of these stages is like a step on a ladder of the mind, leading us from darkness to clarity. That is the path the Buddha called the path of awakening. Life is inherently not perfect, and perhaps it does not need to be perfect, for it is precisely in the cracks of life that light can seep in. Suffering helps us see clearly the value of joy. Loss helps us learn to treasure what remains. When we stop blaming and learn to be grateful, even for adversity, suffering immediately transforms into a teacher. And in that moment, we begin to find peace. To let go is not to abandon everything. To let go is to let go of the clinging mind, to not let our hearts be bound by things that do not belong to us. It is to know that some things come only to teach us a lesson, and then will depart when the lesson is finished. A person who knows how to let go is not a weak person, but one who is strong enough to smile in the face of loss, wise enough not to resent, and compassionate enough to forgive. One afternoon, I met a woman sitting on the veranda of a temple. Her face was etched with hardship, her eyes weary. She recounted that she had once lost everything: her husband, her child, her home. Life had pushed her to the very brink. One day, with nowhere left to go, she stepped into a temple. She said, "I came here to forget." But the abbot only smiled and said, "Do not forget. Let go." From then on, she stayed at the temple, not to hide, but to learn how to let go. Every morning, she would sweep the courtyard, water the flowers, and listen to the temple bell echoing. Each time the bell rang, she would take a very deep breath in and then breathe out very slowly. Time passed. The pain did not disappear, but it softened. In the late afternoon light, she said to me, "Before, I thought I had lost everything. Now I understand that I only lost the things that did not truly belong to me. What I have found is peace within my own heart." Her story left me speechless, for it turns out that happiness is not in the place we go searching for it, but in the place we pause. When we no longer chase after things, happiness will come. When we do not try to hold on, peace will manifest. The Buddha once taught, when the mind lets go, the world also lets go. When the mind is at peace, all things are at peace. The suffering of human life is that we keep searching for peace in all things, forgetting that peace can only be found within the mind. We try to arrange everything according to our will, hoping that everyone will treat us the way we want. But we forget that all phenomena are impermanent. Everything changes. Only our own hearts can we truly master. To let go is not to give up, but to step out of an unnecessary race. How many times in our lives have we been exhausted to the point of collapse, just trying to prove something? How many times have we lost our peace just to hold on to a small ego? We keep thinking that if we just try a little harder, things will get better. But sometimes, just by letting go, everything is already different. To let go is the act of one who understands. For only when we understand can we let go. When we do not yet understand, we still want to hold on. When we understand, we will naturally let go. It is like when we are holding a hot coal. We only release our hand when we realize that it is the very thing that is burning us. In every breath, in every footstep, we can practice letting go. Let go of the expectations that make us sorry. Let go of the resentments that make us suffer. Let go of even the fears that are not real. Practice saying to yourself, I am enough. Everything is enough. This is not resignation, but mindful acceptance. When the mind knows what is enough, life is naturally enough. One early morning, the long, drawn-out sound of a temple bell spreads through the still air. Each chime is like a reminder. Return. Return to the breath. Return to your true self. Return to the peace that is inherently yours. We do not need to search for anything more, for everything we need is already here, in the present moment, in a mind that knows how to let go. Imagine if one day we could let go of all our worries, let go of all our resentments, let go of all our comparisons. How light we would be. We could smile when others succeed. We could be serene when what we hoped for does not come. We could sleep peacefully through the long night, not tormented by thoughts of tomorrow. That is freedom. That is peace. The Buddha did not teach us that we must suffer to attain enlightenment. He taught us to understand suffering so that we no longer suffer. It is like a fire. When you know how to use it, it provides warmth. When you do not, it burns. Suffering is the same. When we understand it, it is a teacher. When we do not, it is a prison. But in both cases, the choice still lies in our hands. This life is so very short. Each morning, we open our eyes. That is already a gift. Each breath is a new opportunity to live, to love, to let go. Let us not waste our lives on petty things. Let go of a little bit of resentment, a little bit of comparison, a little bit of clinging, for in the end, all of it will pass. Only a peaceful mind remains. When a person understands this, all external vicissitudes become light. The storms still rage, but the heart is no longer swayed. The rain still falls, but we know that the rain is also a part of the sky. With each event that comes, instead of being afraid, we just smile, for we know that it too is just teaching us how to let go a little more. Remember that to let go does not mean to lose. To let go is to open up. When we let go, our hands are empty, able to receive something new. When we let go, our hearts are spacious, so that love can flow in. And when we let go, our minds are light, so that happiness has a place to bloom. If someone has ever hurt you, thank them, for it is they who have taught you to forgive. If something has ever caused you suffering, thank it, for it is that which has taught you to understand yourself more deeply. No one can cause us pain if we do not cling to expectations. Nothing can make us weary if we know that all things are impermanent. Remember the Buddha's teaching. Do not grasp, do not reject, just look with serenity. When we can live like this, even if life changes, the heart remains calm. Even if people come and go, we still smile. Whether it rains or shines, we still see the blue sky. This life is so very short. Do not forever hold on to that which makes you suffer. Let it go, and see that the sky is bluer, that your heart is as light as a cloud. Every moment we let go is a moment we are free. Every time we breathe out with a sense of relief, we are truly living. Peace is not somewhere far away, but right here in this very moment, when our minds know how to pause, to understand, to let go. When the temple bell rings, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and smile. Let each chime dissolve into the space, just as all afflictions dissolve in your heart. Let your breath bring you back to the present, back to your true self, back to a place where there is no more resentment, no more fear, only peace. Let go to find peace. Live in peace. Live to love, and love to be enlightened. That journey is not somewhere far away, but is beginning right here in your own mind, where the lotus is gradually blooming in the stillness.